bro, you married your high school sweetheart in like the
that's-
80s. Like, that's crazy. But
It's a fair point. Well, it's a fair point. I mean, I've been with my wife for a decade, about. We were married, it'll be 8 years this year, and then we were dating for a couple of years before. So, like, I've been with her for like a decade. So, like, yeah, I have not been a single guy since kind of a different time. I had pre-Me Too, pre-Donald Trump, or the very beginning of Donald Trump, or whatever. Like, I don't know, it is a different culture, and I was not on dating apps and Instagram. Like, believe me, I had not, even when I was in high school, like, even the slutty girls, I feel like never would have been like this. Like, the idea of, like, they would just, like, post pictures of their ass.
Yeah.
Was, like, that was not a reality in my... Like, you had to hook up with a girl to see her ass. Like, you didn't just get to... So, granted, it's a different world. I will say, I can understand you being, like, pissed off about Sneeko being like, oh, I don't want to, like, have you on the show. That seems like a strange position from him. But I also think that, like, I think he was done dirty in the club.
Yeah, I do agree with that. I just say that because I'm just trying to repay. I'm just trying to pay it forward, you know.
Fair enough.
I do agree with you.
All right. There was a couple other things that I wanted to talk about. Okay. Venezuela. I think we really disagreed on this one.
Yeah.
So I was curious about that because I was surprised. Now I don't know exactly what your take was. I was like kind of told by people that you were for the war in Venezuela, and I was kind of surprised by that. So what is your position on that?
I'm all for it. I believe in the Monroe Doctrine. I believe in hemispheric defense, and I think it's legitimate. I think it was a low cost, low casualty, brief intervention that in the end is a huge strategic victory for a few reasons, which is we're going to be able to go in there, increase their oil output, and then take the oil. And then we also get Cuba to boot. John Ratcliffe was down there negotiating with them, and I think that's all legitimate. If you were fighting in Iran, that's on the other side of the world, and they've been preparing for this war for 30 years. They got 190 million people. Venezuela, Cuba, that's our backyard, and that's where all our shipping occurs. Mexico's our number one trading partner. That's the Gulf of America, and Russia and China are spying on us there. China's building all this dual-use infrastructure in America, the Caribbean. Russia has military partnerships with these countries. So I think that's one of the instances where you can say that's legitimate use of American power.
What is the connection to the Monroe Doctrine exactly? Because I see a lot of people invoking, Donald Trump kept invoking it, but I don't really see how it's even consistent with the Monroe Doctrine. I mean, number one, there were two parts to the Monroe Doctrine. Everyone seems to forget the second. And the second part was that then we won't interfere over there. So we're certainly not following that part.
Right.
But the Monroe Doctrine essentially said that there can't be any more European colonies here. That you can't colonize any more of our hemisphere. There were already European colonies at the time. But they were like, no more. But that's a lot different than just maybe they do some business with some people we don't like, or maybe there's some, like loose, I don't know, connection to a foreign power. That doesn't seem like the Monroe Doctrine said we can invade any country, whatever. We can go to war with any country we want because it's in our backyard. So I don't think that's exactly right. Also, but it's not like the Monroe Doctrine is law. It's something a president said a long time ago. But I don't know. I don't think it's consistent. I would also add, if you're going to say Venezuela was low cost, I think you got to add the Iran war into that cost on some level.
No way.
I think there's no question that the Venezuela strike being such a success is a big part of why Donald Trump was primed to be convinced that he could have another big success in Iran. And I think coming off that big success, it did seem to really encourage, I'm not trying to remove blame from anyone else, but it did seem to encourage him that, like, yeah, you can do this. You can be great. You can be tremendous and awesome with the military. I don't know. I guess when we said earlier, when we were talking about the war in Iran, and I said, like, look, part of it's a moral issue for me. Just like, you can't be murdering people like this. How is it, and I don't like to be the guy, I'm not a Christian. I don't like when non-Christians, like, try to lecture Christians about Christianity or something. So I'm not, like, lecturing. But I guess I don't see, like, how is it consistent with Christianity to almost, like, if you have a view, let's say, look, some people died in the war in Venezuela. Well, there are Cuban bodyguards or something. I don't know. Not that many people died, but some people died. And if it is, like, let's say something's in our hemisphere, it's good for us. We could go kill them and take their shit, and then we'll have their shit. You get my, like, how is that consistent with Christianity?
Yeah, well, Can we get into the Monroe Doctrine stuff as well?
Sure, whatever you want. Yeah.
So, as far as the Monroe Doctrine is concerned, if you look at it, it has evolved over time, and it seems that it has evolved as America's become more powerful. When it was promulgated originally, we really had no navy, and so no ability to enforce it. And there was a corollary added to it in the late 19th century when we became the preeminent superpower in the Western Hemisphere that basically said, we are the sovereign of the Western Hemisphere. Our edict is the law. Like, whatever we say goes. So it is consistent with that. What's more, Venezuela and Cuba are effectively influenced from Russia and China in the same way that a colony from France or Britain would be in the 19th century, because they produce missiles, they have spying posts like intelligence operation, they've got dual-use infrastructure. And so it does actually represent Chinese and Russian influence in our sphere of influence. So I would just say that. As far as the Christian angle is concerned, I don't think it's very clean, because in the era of strategic weapons and intelligence and all the modern technology, it gets a bit convoluted what constitutes national defense, because there's really is convoluted layers, as you know, of strategic thinking about nuclear weapons and how they're delivered, and then cyber weapons and intelligence agencies. So you could say, like, reasonably speaking, if Cuba has some kind of Russian-Chinese spying post on it in preparation for some future global war, it is theoretically in self-defense to try your best to neutralize that. Now, that doesn't give you carte blanche to go in and let's just kill everyone in Cuba, because we could do it. But I think within reason, you're able to conduct these kinds of extraordinary operations that are outside of what would be considered like a just war in the Middle Ages, like we're going to war with this kingdom because whatever. And in the case of Venezuela, it was so limited. So it's really, I wouldn't even call it a war, even a military operation. We just extradited one person who happened to be running a country that is a criminal enterprise. Venezuela is a socialist dictatorship, and arguably they are like a criminal regime. Socialism's against the Catholic Church.
But what makes it criminal? From my perspective, they're all criminal regimes. But yes, so what's the difference? Some are worse than others, but what makes them a criminal regime?
Like, they make money off of kidnapping is huge there. Like, people get kidnapped all the time and paid to release the hostages.
No, but I mean, you mentioned dictatorship, but you don't believe in democracy. So that, I know, dictatorship to me wouldn't seem like that would be a bridge too far for Nick Fuentes.
But there's good dictators and bad dictators. Okay. Point being is, if you want to use the moral angle, it's not like this was some kind of decent humanitarian regime. Like, this was
I agree. Listen, I'm the libertarian, so you've got me convinced. I am no fan of the Maduro regime or the Chavez regime or anything like that. I guess the updated jury that you just laid out just seems to me to be vague enough for the Israel lobby to drive 10 wars through. They're in connection with another country. They could. I mean, the nuclear issue is not an issue with Venezuela or Cuba. Mm-hmm. I mean, to me, I think Donald Trump has celebrated how wonderful this is, claimed it was a regime change. We're in control of the oil now. Now, of course, for other factors, but Americans have only seen an increase in oil costs since then. What seems to me to have been accomplished by the war is a pretty brutal energy blockade of Cuba. I mean, this is a little island that's been destroyed by communism for many, many decades. It posed absolutely no threat to the United States of America in any reasonable way. The Soviets aren't bringing nuclear missiles to Cuba. They're trying to get a ship full of oil.
Russian submarine off the coast.
Well, they were trying to move oil, in which Donald Trump allowed them to do, which I think was a good move. Not worth starting a war with Russia over. But I think that, these are your people who came up with the just war theory, right? These were all Catholics.
Yeah.
I think, no mistake, I think it was all Catholics who came up with this. But the idea of at least having some, I understand when Thomas Aquinas and those guys, when they're coming up with just war theory, they're clear, and they were very well aware of this, that they're balancing different things, right? You're balancing Christian ethics and then war, which is a very difficult thing, right? There's the worldly realities of these wars that they're attempting to go, look, obviously Christians can't accept killing someone and taking shit from them. So here is the only way that it could be justified, is if it's a defensive war, you're attacked, you fight it proportionally, something like that. I just think saying that this regime ran off of criminal activity is certainly true. but I don't know, it just seems like a justification to start a war anywhere at any time. And I do worry about that, because that's, those justifications are almost always used in very bad ways.
I would just say that, again, it just gets to be a bit convoluted because the nature of warfare has changed because of strategic weapons, like when I say nuclear weapons, I mean Russia and China are nuclear armed, and that means that we're kind of engaged with them in every way at all times. As long as those weapons exist, we're always going to be spying on them. We're always going to be in some virtual state of conflict with them. And that is global because, the whole basis of the Monroe Doctrine is nobody can touch us because of the oceans. Well, what our adversary is going to do, they're going to try to get on our side. Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Bolivia, whatever. Or, even building the dual use stuff in every other country, Argentina, Peru, Jamaica, Haiti, whatever. So I would classify that under something like self-defense. And with proportionality, like I said, we're not saying and by we, I mean me, I guess. I'm not saying we could go to war with Venezuela and invade their country and take their sovereignty, take all their supplies. I'm saying, though, that if they're aligned against us in our hemisphere in a way that's threatening, we should be able to go in and change that. If they want it to be better, they should just align with us. You say, well, Cuba's this tiny defenseless island. Okay, well, then you better submit to Washington because you're right next to the superpower, and they're playing games.
Saying you better submit to Washington is how we've got the whole situation in Cuba for 60 years. I mean, that was what they said initially. You better submit to Washington.
And if they want to avoid that, if they want to avoid a war, then they could always choose a diplomatic option.
So could Iran. So could all of Israel's enemies, though.
But Israel can. I would say that's a different story.
Because, okay, but that is true about both of them, I mean, I don't know. I guess I just think that I think essentially my take on all this shit is that and I think this is right. I know this is kind of like a boring, there's just not the energy to some of my views that there are to yours because this is just. But I think that the bottom line here kind of is we can't afford the government we have, or even close to it. You just can't afford this. We're living under the biggest government in the history of the world. I mean, orders of magnitude. It really is. You just look at how much money Washington spends every year, and we can't afford the entitlement programs, let alone the world empire. And so we're $40 trillion in debt, and that's not even representing it because even our entire tax base plus the $40 trillion in debt couldn't pay for this size of government. And so we just have to print the money to make up the difference. And we've printed, I know you might even know some of these numbers better than me, but what is it, since George W. Bush, I think we've created 80% of the money that's ever been created. We're just printing trillions and trillions of dollars. This is how we've essentially band-aided over this bullet wound of an economy. And because of this is what's destroying essentially the currency. It's what's making life unaffordable for young people and working class people. And if you're going to continue to debase your currency, you're going to continue to see life like this, where it really does destroy any hope at having a conservative country. I don't mean just conservative in decent values. If young people can't afford to start families, and all this stuff about kind of looking for another war when they're. Even as you describe it, this isn't a war of necessity that you're describing. You're describing a war of choice. Maybe things would be better if we fought this. I just think it's really bad policy to allow our government to always be in search, as John Quincy Adams would say, of another monster to destroy. These people do not. No, I think this is one of the fundamental problems with government in general, and it's one of the problems with the Trump administration and all of this, is that these people, as you said at the beginning, they are not on our team. They're not working based on our incentives. They're working based on their incentives. And if you give them that type of power, I mean, to just kind of say, anywhere anyone's interfering that maybe could be strategically bad for us, we can go fight a war there. I mean, man, the military-industrial complex is going to be okay, we got some thoughts.
I'm saying that from a moral point of view. From a moral point of view, as long as, because I think the case could be made, for example, in the Cuban Missile Crisis. I mean, would you say something like, well, Cuba's a sovereign state, they're allied with Russia, so they're putting nuclear missiles to defend themselves. You would say, no, that threatened us, it's too close. And the same goes even, for other conflicts that have happened in the world. I think morally speaking, it just gets a bit more complex because of the nature of how things are. And I would take it a step further and say, when it comes to this being a war of choice. If you actually look at the strategic situation, we've been losing the Western Hemisphere for 15 years. China's become the number one trading partner of basically all of Central and South America and the Caribbean. Yeah. And what this does is it allows them then to go in and build all this infrastructure. And that's part of a very concerted play. Like, they are trying to increase their influence. They're building this stuff, and they're building this stuff in anticipation that they're going to put their Navy there. They have 400 times the shipbuilding capacity as us. They're building deep water ports everywhere, eventually to put their ships. And, like, for example, there's a new technology. They put a missile launch system in a container, like a shipping container. Mm-hmm. So they could get their biggest container ships, load them up with shipping containers that may or may not contain all missiles, or like in Operation Spiderweb last year in Ukraine, they could contain all these drones. Right. So if there's a future conflict, let's say in Taiwan, do you want Venezuela and Cuba to have Chinese spying posts? And do you want a Chinese deep water port in Peru? And they've got all their shipping there, and it's simultaneously surveilling us, but also loaded up with weapons. That obviously puts us in a big disadvantage. So, it's like that other expression: if you want peace, prepare for war. Yeah. So how do we check China? I don't think it's a war of choice. I think this is we're kind of getting our act together because we let it go in the Western Hemisphere.
Taiwan's going to have to submit. I think
to China.
By the way, I say it kind of tongue in cheek, but I actually agree with you on that one. I think that so you brought up the Cuban Missile Crisis. It's a good example, and I would certainly agree with you that that is something that is totally reasonable to go, like, no, we can't. I understand you haven't bombed us yet, but I can't be expected to sit here with a knife at my throat and go on with life as normal. This is intolerable. But of course, the solution to that, as you well know, was for Jack Kennedy to get on the phone, and it was not solved by invading Cuba. In fact, when he invaded Cuba, it was an unmitigated disaster. But this was solved by getting on the phone and making a deal and saying, listen, we can't live with this. So you got to move these back. And in exchange for that, we will pull what was it, from Turkey, I think we moved our nukes back. Just seems to me like with all these problems, that would be a way better way to solve them. And of course, the U.S. does have tremendous leverage if it were willing or able to use it. Now, this is one of the interesting dynamics with our government, is that it's this giant organization, but it's not exactly like the guy at the top just runs the whole organization. There's many factions within it. And if the guy at the top is going with the wind, he's very powerful. But if he's going against the wind, like, in other words, if the president of the United States of America is the most powerful position in the world, in some respects, if Donald Trump wants to start a war, he can start a war anywhere he wants to. There's really no more congressional, authorization or even war powers or anything. And honestly, does anyone believe, even if they did, if this War Powers Act had passed and Donald Trump just went suck my dick, does anyone think like that anything would have changed? So if he's starting wars, he's very powerful. Now, if he wanted to destroy the military-industrial complex, he basically has as much power as me or you. So like if you're going with the grain, you're very powerful, but going against it, you're not. But like, for example, if you wanted to end, say, like the war in Ukraine, a little bit tougher now. At the beginning, maybe but we have enormous cards we could play. We could say, hey, look, we'll leave NATO. The U.S. will leave NATO. It'll be just a European alliance. You can come in and we'll leave, but you all work out. Like, you could get Putin to stop, but you'd have to give him something, And even as you say this, I don't disagree with like some of the potential issues that you're talking about, and it is a very new world. And look, even as we're watching in Iran, I've been at this for 20 years now, and drones in war were just not a thing. Like, that just wasn't a thing. It was a brand new thing when we had them. Now, all of a sudden, this is a new reality. It totally changes warfare now, when they can essentially close the Strait of Hormuz, if need be, just with cheap drones. But again, China's been doing over the last 20 years, while we've been fighting endless wars and spending trillions of dollars, they've been doing business with everybody. And like, perhaps, then maybe that would be, if we want to get into that strategic fight, that it would be to, let's do diplomacy. There's a lot of shit that the rest of the world really hates that we do. China, when Donald Trump even just went over there now, right, like, he wants them to stop helping around in whatever logistical intelligence way they've been, and they want a whole lot of things from him. Like, we can get things, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just even things like big military mobilizations in Asia or something like that. They have a real problem with that. And so us arming Taiwan or stuff. So I guess my point is just that like we could, rather than like launching wars over this stuff, and look, the Venezuela one didn't turn into like a catastrophe, but you risk that every time you launch one of these wars. And I think we would be much better off at just like being smart, being much more restrained. You know, saying, what was the phrase you used? In order to end a war, you gotta, or whatever. It's a peace through strength, essentially. I mean, I've been hearing peace through strength out of the Republicans since Ronald Reagan. I was too young to remember Ronald Reagan, but I know he said it. They've been saying it my entire lifetime, and all we've gotten for it is permanent militarism, forever wars, crushing debt, and so. Don't get me wrong, I guess maybe where we could agree, and then we could leave it at agreeing to disagree, is that I'd prefer we be more involved in our backyard and not around the rest of the world. I'd prefer it be in our national interest rather than in some other country's interest. Or, by the way, I don't even really think any of this shit is in Israel's interest. I think this is in what the Likudniks perceive as the interest of greater Israel. I think they've gotten Israelis killed and probably made them more of a hated pariah state than ever before. But I also think in the same sense, it doesn't really seem to be the way DC works. They're not really working in the interest of the American people.
I agree. I mean, I think diplomacy is preferable where possible, but sometimes it's not possible. And it sounds like a lot of this root causes, you know, it's like when you go to these Democrats, they say, well, the reason these kids are committing crime is because they don't have like after school programs. And it's like, dude, they need to go to jail. Cops need to beat the shit out of them and take them to jail. And with Venezuela, it's like, look, Rick Grinnell proffered a deal with them. They didn't take it. I mean, because they wanted Maduro to stay in power. And our sticking point was, you got to realign with us, and Maduro's got to go. And they wouldn't agree to it, so we had to go in and take care of them. And I agree with you, though. I'm a restrainer. I believe in restraint. You know, I think that we should be very selective in our engagements, keep them in our backyard, prefer diplomacy, but sometimes you got to kill people. Sometimes you got to do it.
I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, but also I think there's a lot going on that we don't know about there, and I think Maduro was all tied in with the CIA and a whole lot of stuff going on that we're not aware of. Okay, I'm glad you prefer diplomacy first, Nick Fuentes. I very much enjoy our diplomacy. I hope this doesn't break into a hot war.
Ceasefire's intact.
The ceasefire is still intact. It's hanging on by a thread. It's a lot stronger than the ceasefire in the Middle East right now. Dude, I really always enjoy talking with you. Thank you so much for coming back on, and look forward to doing it again.
Likewise, man. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks for listening, guys. Have a good one. Peace.
Okay, that was the world famous Nick Fuentes. Whenever we catch him, we always record him because I like building a library of the enemy. Just like Dan Bilzerian, one of the highest level psychopaths I've ever seen in my life. Dan Bilzerian. Him and Nick are feuding, the Tate brothers and Sneeko. I don't even know who Sneeko is. My friend, do you know who Sneeko is?
You should not know who that person is.
I do not know a Sneeko.
It's bad. It would be bad if you knew who that was.
I also didn't know who Chud, the architect, is.
Do you know Olivia, the Palestinian?
Yes, Habibti, I do know. And if you see her on the TikTok, she has her scarf on and she is drinking water and getting her lips wet. She's so pretty.
Habibti. Do you know who Weeby is?
So I've been reading Ayn Rand all morning. I'm back into reading books. I was in a room earlier. I said I'm reading books for a nonprofit to help veterans that suffer from PTSD, and immediately it was claimed that I am committing stolen valor by Regal. And I said, well, you know, I like to accuse people of being redundant on this app and repeating their personality over and over again. And then he said, you're doing exactly what you're accusing people of doing. And I said, I know, but I just wanted to get that out of the way. And then I was told that you're unbelievable. You are unbelievable. So, anyways, I was reading Ayn Rand, and it was very good. Reading books is great. And I keep encouraging my friend here to call me, to text me, and say, here's a link. I got a book room set up. I'm going to read for 3 to 10 minutes. And if you want to read, you can read. But I'm going to prove to you that I'm actually reading and putting it on YouTube and using my new phone and creating valuable content for my audience who want to purchase my wicker baskets or maybe come to a wicker basket workshop at the Renaissance Fair. Maybe you're going to pick up a musical instrument. Maybe you're going to decide to become a musician one day. I already am a musician, John. Here's my YouTube channel. Trying to figure out a good way to cool my room. There's really no good way to do it other than put the air conditioner in, run it, then turn it off, run it, and turn it. That's what I'm going to have to do is plug in my air conditioner. I got no choice. I can't sit in a room that's 90 degrees. Rabbona Shalom. Rabbona Shalom. Somebody in another room yesterday, I won't mention her name, was saying, "Stop saying that! Stop saying that!" So I sold her pussy pictures to a Canadian pussy broker. And then I was told that I have to apologize for engaging in comedy. Rabbona Shalom. How many times a day do you think Danny says conspiracy theory or, psyop on this app? I mean, I could just imagine her going to a psychiatrist and being like, I'm in a psyop, I'm in a psyop. And they're like, what are you talking about? She's like, you don't know I'm in a psyop. They're like, could you shut up? She's like, no, you're part of the psyop. Okay, I'm going to keep reading Ayn Rand. Welcome to the John Kitover Book Club. What are you doing with your time these days, John? Oh, well, I read books with veterans that suffer from PTSD. That's great, John. Oh my God, I love that for you. Thank you for loving that for me. We're now going to do what I'm talking about. I think it's kind of funny how Ayn Rand always refers to her novels as previously discussed. She just refers to a whole book. Okay, so this is page 50, the virtue of selfishness. I'm also using two AI wearable devices as I record this, and I'm looking at 25 different cell phones. I'm using Meta and Loki. Page 50. On the question of why man is not a sacrificial animal and why help to others is not his moral duty, I refer you to Atlas Shrugged. This present discussion is concerned with the principles by which one identifies and evaluates the instances involving a man's non-sacrificial help to others. Sacrifice is the surrender of a greater value for the sake of a lesser one of a non-value. Thus, altruism gauges a man's virtue by the degree to which he surrenders, renounces, or betrays his values. Since help to a stranger or an enemy is regarded as more virtuous, less selfish, than help to those one loves. The rational principle of conduct is the exact opposite. Always act in accordance with the hierarchy of your values, and never sacrifice a greater value to a lesser one. This applies to all choices, including one's actions toward other men. It requires that one possess a defined hierarchy of rational values, values chosen and validated by a rational standard. Without such a hierarchy, neither rational conduct nor considered value judgments nor moral choices are possible. Love and friendship, my friend, are profoundly personal. Selfish values, love, is an expression and an assertion of self-esteem, a response to one's own values in the person of another. One gains a profoundly personal, selfish joy from the mere existence of the person one loves. It is one's own personal selfish happiness that one seeks, earns, and derives from love. A selfless, disinterested love is a contradiction in terms. It means that one is indifferent to that which one values. Concern for the welfare of those one loves is a rational part of one's self-interests. If a man who is passionately in love with his wife spends a fortune to cure her of a dangerous illness, it would be absurd to claim that he does it for a sacrifice for her sake, not his own, and that it makes no difference to him, personally and selfishly, whether she lives or dies. Any action that a man undertakes for the benefit of those he loves is not a sacrifice if, in the hierarchy of his values, in the total context of the choices open to him, it achieves which is of the greatest personal and rational importance to him. In the above example, his wife's survival is of greater value to the husband than anything else that his money could buy. It is of the greatest importance to his own happiness, and therefore his action is not a sacrifice. But suppose he let her die in order to spend his money on saving the lives of 10 other women, none of whom meant anything to him, as the ethics of altruism would require. That would be a sacrifice. Here the difference between objectivism and altruism can be seen most clearly. If sacrifice is the moral principle of action, then that husband should sacrifice his wife for the sake of 10 other women. What distinguishes the wife from the 10 others? Nothing but her value to the husband, who has to make the choice. nothing but the fact that his happiness requires her survival. The objectivist ethics would tell him your highest moral purpose is the achievement of your own happiness. Your money is yours. Use it to save your wife. That is your moral right and your rational moral choice. Consider the soul of the altruistic moralist who would be prepared to tell that husband the opposite. And then ask yourself whether altruism is motivated by benevolence. The proper method of judging when or whether one should help another person is by reference to one's own rational self-interest and one's own hierarchy of values. The time, money, effort one gives, or the risk one takes should be proportional to the value of the person in relation to one's own happiness. To illustrate this on the altruist's favorite example, the issue of saving a drowning person. If the person to be saved is a stranger, it is morally proper to save him only when the danger to one's own life is minimal. When the danger is great, it would be immoral to attempt it. Only a lack of self-esteem could permit one to value one's life no higher than that of any random stranger. And conversely, if one is drowning, one cannot expect a stranger to risk his life for one's sake, remembering that one's life cannot be as valuable to him as his own. If the person to be saved is not a stranger, then the risk one should be willing to take is greater in proportion to the greatness of that person's value to oneself. If it is the man or woman one loves, then one can be willing to give one's own life to save him or her, for the selfish reason that life without the loved person could be unbearable. Conversely, if a man is able to swim and to save his drowning wife but becomes panicky, gives in to an unjustified irrational fear and lets her drown, then spends his life in loneliness and misery, one would not call him selfish. One would condemn him morally for his treason to himself and to his own values. It is his failure to fight for the preservation of a value crucial to his own happiness. Remember that values are that which one acts to gain and or keep, and that one's own happiness has to be achieved by one's own effort, since one's own happiness is the moral purpose of one's life. The man who fails to achieve it because of his own default, because of his failure to fight for it, is morally guilty. The virtue involved in helping those one loves is not selflessness or sacrifice, but integrity. Integrity is loyalty to one's convictions and values. It is the policy of acting in accordance with one's values, of expressing, upholding, and translating them into practical reality. If a man professes to love a woman, yet his actions are indifferent, inimical, or damaging to her, it is his lack of integrity that makes him immoral. The same principle applies to relationships among friends. If one's friend is in trouble, one should act to help him by whatever non-sacrificial means are appropriate. For instance, if one's friend is starving, it is not a sacrifice, but an act of integrity to give him money for food rather than buy some insignificant gadget for oneself. Because his welfare is important in the scale of one's personal values. If the budget means more than the friend's suffering, one had no business pretending to be his friend. The practice practical implementation of friendship, affection, and love consists of incorporating the welfare, the rational welfare, of the person involved into one's own hierarchy of values and acting accordingly. But this is a reward which men have to earn by means of their virtues and which one cannot grant to mere acquaintances or to strangers. What then should one properly grant to strangers? The generalized respect and goodwill which one should grant to a human being in the name of the potential value he represents until and unless he forfeits it. A rational man does not forget that life is the source of all values, and as such a common bond among living beings is against inanimate matter, that other men are potentially able to achieve the same virtues as his own, and thus be of enormous value to him. This does not mean that he regards human lives as interchangeable with his own. He recognizes the fact that his own life is the source, not only of all his values, but of his capacity to value. Therefore, the value he grants to others is only a consequence, an extension, secondary projection of the primary value, which is himself. The respect and goodwill that men of self-esteem feel toward other human beings is profoundly egoistic. They feel, in effect, other men are of value because they are of the same species as myself. In revering living entities, they are revering their own life. This is the psychological base of any emotion of sympathy and any feeling of species solidarity. Since men are born tabula rasa, both cognitively and morally, a rational man regards strangers as innocent until proved guilty, and grants them that initial goodwill in the name of their human potential. After that, he judges them according to the moral character they have actualized. If he finds them guilty of major evils, his goodwill is replaced by contempt and moral condemnation. If one values human life, one cannot value its destroyers. If he finds them to be virtuous, he grants them personal, individual value and appreciation in proportion to their virtues. It is on the ground of that generalized goodwill and respect for the value of human life that one helps strangers in an emergency, and only in an emergency. It is important to differentiate between the rules of conduct in an emergency situation and the rules of conduct in the normal conditions of human existence. This does not mean a double standard of morality. The standard and the basic principles remain the same, but their application to either case requires precise definitions. An emergency is an unchosen, unexpected event, limited in time, that creates conditions under which human survival is impossible, such as a flood, an earthquake, a fire, shipwreck. In an emergency situation, men's primary goal is to combat the disaster, escape the danger, and restore normal conditions, to reach dry land, to put out the fire, etc. By normal conditions, I mean metaphysically normal in the nature of things, appropriate to human existence. Men can live on land, but not in water or in a raging fire. Since men are not omnipotent, it is metaphysically possible for unforeseeable disasters to strike them, in which case their only task is to return to those conditions under which their lives can continue. By its nature, an emergency situation is temporary. If it were to last, men would perish. It is only in emergency situations that one should volunteer to help strangers, if it is in one's power. For instance, Okay, I'm gonna take a reading break there. Hope you're enjoying this. Aye! Run! This is mayoral candidate John
So we
Kitover.
shouldn't help each other.
Only in
Shouldn't help a nigga.
only in an emergency situation.
Sorry.
Only in an emergency. Well, you use the soft H there. You're getting better. One day at a time. Hard R to soft H, all the way to just N word. Then from N word, you can just get back to books and call yourself a human being again. Because it's all projection. You know, you are the N word you project. It is your insecurity. Or it is your. I mean, didn't we just read about that? That it's like a secondary projection. Rabboni Shalom. Okay, we're on page 55. It's too hot in here to continue reading. I am going to open up a window. Ugh. There we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's much better. So I don't know if you know about Dan Bilzerian, but he is one of the most horribly obnoxious people maybe to have ever lived. And, you know, I was looking at his X account months ago before he even announced his congressional run. And it was shocking, like beyond shocking. And I can't believe some of the things he writes is even permissible under law. That, like, the Department of Justice can't go to Elon Musk and X and say, hey, fortunately, you know, you may not want to suspend this user or limit his freedom of speech, but based on these past posts, is it legal to say these things and be in possession of a massive arsenal of weapons? Because he has one of the largest caches of weapons. And he's sitting there asking Nick Fuentes about, you know, A-wording or K-wording Ben Shapiro and Dr. Netanyahu. Anyways, he's a very dangerous, you know.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. And it's so funny because Nick Fuentes is like roasting him for being low IQ. And he like invites people to his house and makes them like leave their cell phone in a room and then go to like a private room. And they're just like, he is so weird, so low IQ. And it's true. I mean, you just heard me read a book. I just did what like 0.0001% of the population actually does, which is read a book. So I can prove that I'm in the top 1% because I can actually point you towards a YouTube channel of me proving that I've read a book just recently, when 99.99% of the population has not read a book recently. They're just consuming media. And so at the end of the day, this app, even Clownhouse X, everybody is competing with their media for attention in the attention economy. And that's why, you know, I'm glad you bought your phone, but until you start texting me links and say, okay, bro, I'm now trying to compete in the attention economy, you know, you're just consuming my media. And I'm trying to launch you like a rocket, you know, from the slingshot of David, you know, and send you into the stratosphere. And the only way to do it is through your cell phone, my friend. It's the only way. There's no other way. Your cell phone is David's slingshot. You can take out Goliath with that cell phone. You just got to start clicking those buttons. Click, 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 click. Until you've done it 1,000 times, then 10,000 times, 100,000 times, Rabboni Shalom. See, Nick Fuentes is an incredibly gifted communicator. There's no redundancy. It's crystal clear. And then he hits you with a zinger. Like, did you hear what he said? Where he's like, the problem isn't that these students don't have the correct resources. We're spending more money than ever on education. The problem is the police need to beat the shit out of them and put them in jail. I was like, whoa. He just hit him with a zinger. I thought it was kind of funny. All right, I'll give you the trenches of Clown House. Whack 100.
It's a solid nigga there right there. You don't get no
Right in between Lil Haiti.
Yeah, because we could easily have somebody come verify if you live there or not.
I didn't say I lived on Brookdale. I said that was around the corner.
Stop up here trying to act gangsta and rep hoods and stuff like that.
Oh, we're not doing that to sunshine.
I'm playing
Bring
with
some
that.
sunshine to the room. I know you are.
You think she gonna fall for my bullshit?
What my Bay Area people name?
The what?
Anybody from the Bay in here? Oh, what Bumpy? Oh, what Bumpy in Alaska?
Why we not from the
What's
Bay?
up, Sia?
Bumpy Johnson. You know Bumpy Johnson? Do you know King Kunta Kinte out of Detroit? Who opened up King Kunta Kinte Deep Fried Chicken? Do you know Earl's Chicken out of Detroit? Mm-hmm. Just remember, never go full R word. My friend, you have a tendency to go full R word.
No, you can't go full R.
Never go full R word. Never. It's a projection, my friend. It's all projection.
Shall know that the chosen priest, the knocks of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, oh azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now you shall know the chosen prince. I saw them is the prince. In the name of Jesus, every devil got and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. What strange superpowers appeared in They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16. For he is ever sun and she moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19 azure lidded woman and 20. The key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men of fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you, my ecstasy and yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14, the gem that yours, the naked splendor of no width. Their gods are limb and a fool. 12 come forth, oh children, under the stars, and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow, the starry blue, are wide awake at the sleep. My joy is to see your joy. The gem azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow, the children of men. Since we thou hast dig my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of poor Parkland. 8, the couch is in the cool, not the cool in the couch. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. And let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the the manifestation of new breed to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Thou amidst my secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpatrat. The house is in the cool, not the who in the cats. 9, worship, then the cats, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the low. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save in need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of light, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark waves of beauty in the soul that I made a hole to invoke. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as hawks. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. triangle reverse, the sign given a plan. Save it be of thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Oh, mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. A ninja by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike on thy behead. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 of the voices. Every heart of blood. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle by my body. I invoke thee about me. Shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse. The sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the living. I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, so. Mine is the head of the man, inside as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the remaining in the sonic. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, or dry land, or in the air, or whirling air, or of raging fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. And I bear the rose and cross of life and love. I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my breathing. Mine is the head of the hawk, abracadabra, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light. Giving the sign at each abracadabra. Remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, my being. Abracadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I knew. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke into. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, galaxy of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and shield, but to him is the winged secret flame.
Yeah, that's the part that we don't even know who.
Gods. And I'm invited over there, and there is a hand washing or some kind of ritual that is sort of, this is what's done. I would absolutely not only do it out of courtesy, but as a guest in your home.
Like, oh my God. Girl, I ain't complete. Girl. I just hate beggars.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
That's why I don't let my dogs lick me in the face.
I ain't toasting their mouth.
Go fucking play with me. I ain't it. Yeah, I don't got this shit. I get it. Am I Telegram?
Okay, this is Patty from Clubhouse. She's having a mental break. She created a room called You Played Again, Now You Blocked for Life. She's putting it in her Telegram. She is pissed.
You know what I love about them? I love how they're a mix of religion, politics, and fucking sexual stuff. You cannot do it. You cannot fucking people.
It's hurt.
And to her the stooping starlight, but we are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure lidded woman bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, a soul of infinite space, is the prince priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. which I have given unto him. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you and in you. My ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the gem azure is the naked splendor of the wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret orders of our deep. The winged glow, the starry blue are mine. O Enkafna Konsu. These are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come forth, O children, under the stars and take your fill of love. 13, I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged glow, the starry blue are mine. O Enkafna Konsu. My joy is to see your is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new year, the unfurling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh one Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 6 feet out deep, my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my eyes, the minister of whoremonger. 8, the cubs is in the cool, not the cool in the cubs. 9, worship then the cubs, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. The manifestation of new wheat, to the unveiling of the company of heaven, every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now and it, my secret center, my heart and my heart. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. 8, the cast is in the fold, not the who in the cast. 9, worship them the caps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. o'er me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. Fingers I
I don't know how you have two natures. I got one nature.
How is the spiritual nature?
Hello,
the same?
moderators.
Like the soul.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, moderators. Angel Smiler, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So to explain, that wasn't a relevant point. I can agree with you. The point that
by the song invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke
extend the argument is what I'm saying.
Hello, moderators.
Nature is about what makes you you. So the human nature is like what makes a human a human. A soul of nature is what makes a soul, and you can't conflate those things.
Hello, moderators. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue. This is John. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's popcorn, John. So if you want to.
Okay, well, I just want to interrupt
If you
then.
want to just interrupt the conversation and just butt into the conversation, sure, John. We've been waiting for you.
I want to say hi to Caleb down there, Ramona Shalom.
No, I'm just saying, but thank you so much for waiting to the peak of the conversation to butt in, so we have to start all over. Thank you so much, Sean.
You're welcome. Well, I want to say I just screenshotted all of that information about the Hegelian speculative philosophy. Very interesting stuff. And I just want to say, I don't want to interrupt your flow and what you're saying. I would just request in the future, within 5 to 10 minutes, that for 60 seconds you let me read one page from Ayn Rand, which is objectivist.
Come back in 25 minutes.
Okay, will do.
I'll let you have 25. Let's do 25 to 25. Yeah, 25 to 25. That's funny. Yeah.
See, that's an investment in yourself. That's an investment in your values.
Very, very interesting point, right?
You're in the matrix. You're breaking up. All right, you're in the matrix. So he was gonna leave and come back.
Yeah, I think he said he was on a train, I think. I agree with you, Smiler, so but that wasn't really the conversation.
I think it was a part of the conversation because when you're giving particular critiques.
I'm gonna leave it a little bit. I just got him to this point, and I just wanted to read this. I just wanted to show him where to read on the thing, and then you guys can continue this conversation. I don't really mind. So Al, if you click on the top, right?
Yeah.
And then you're in the Wikipedia.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, flashing a bay that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of hell, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double power in the voice of the Master, Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. Mine are the dark blue waves of music in the soul that I made all whole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheeks. By the sword I choke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it.
Hey, Jacob! Jacob, can you hear me? Jacob! I'm gonna come back. Regular for that little moment.
You over there or something?
Hello?
Oh, wait, I just know it is not different. Why not try to go to your country? You can check out my Instagram ID. My name is Aurelius Nord Explorer. Alright, calm down, buddy. A little bit too much partying in Bangkok, right? Yeah, come. Hey, John, how you been? Talk with my brother. Hey, this guy's crazy. Hey, Hey, Jacob. Hey, what's up?
Jacob, I got an event for you to come meet me and two guys down on what is that, North Avenue Beach?
I'm not going to Lakeview anymore. I don't want to get shot.
Well, this is like an EDM party. The tickets are maybe like $40-50.
Hey guys.
It's on the boat. It's on the rooftop of that boat.
I don't know who Mr. B is. Shut the fuck up. This is my friend from Chicago. I'll come to 4. Thank you.
I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with.
I'm good. Everything is good. I met a guy at the bar, a friend of a friend, and he's like, yeah, my dad was a Marine. In 2002 to 2004, he was in Iraq, killing and fighting the Iraqi.
I was a kid.
He's probably 20, 19.
Fuck, I feel old now.
So he must have had the kid when he was 21 or 20.
I wasn't a Marine though.
And his dad's 40 years old.
I never fought in the armed forces. My dad did. I always fought, not me. You remember you spoke with my wonderful father, who's the meanest person that God ever made.
He's a Marine. That's you know. I don't know if I ever told you the story, but I got an email from a general and from his office, and it said, he has an open door policy. If there's something you want to discuss, schedule an appointment. So I schedule an appointment. I go into the general's office, and before you can go in, you have to knock, take 2 steps back, and then issue your announcement, which is General Cadet Kitover reporting as ordered, General, and then he goes, come in, and then you go in. Yeah, then you basically go in, you salute, and he has to return your salute. And then you drop your salute, and then you stand at attention, and then he says, what do you want? And
does he ever say Eddie?
Yeah, he does. And then
meaning like you can say whatever you want, or within the conduct of what the Army says you can say?
No, it just means you can stand normally, as normal.
Oh.
But then I he said, sit down. So I sat down, and he says, what do you want? And I said, well, I guess, can I first ask you a question? Why don't you have anything in your office? He had nothing in the office. I'm not kidding you. There was nothing in the office but a chair, another chair, and a coffee table. And he got in my face and he yelled at me and he said, "'Cause I'm a fucking Marine!" I was like, holy shit! Holy shit!
Were you overseas?
No, I was on a college military campus.
Damn, but that guy's crazy.
He
That's
was,
my dad's standard.
yeah, he was a veteran from Vietnam, and his nose was blown.
Oh, yeah, they're all nuts.
He had no nose. His nose was blown off in a gunfight.
He said those guys are more combat than any other, whatever. And these guys looking forward in there. We get people from Turkey, and we get people from all over the world. Everybody thinks I'm Jewish, so I'm getting a lot of Muslims here that like blow me up every so often.
Yeah, because they want to know what it's like talking to a Jew.
I'm not Jew, you know that?
It doesn't matter. You can just play the part. They're just here for a dopamine experience.
Fear by my body, I
Encouraging people to be fake Jews. Hey, why not? Let's see what happens.
About me shine, the diamonds are radiant, white and pure. No. By their brightness I invoke these Jews. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given up none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhon. By the sign I invoke it. Oh, mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke it. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the wand of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike a master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee.
I'm a man! She's a man!
In my hand is my sword of
I'm
revenge.
a man!
I got my vision. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the five, the voice of the 6, 11 other voices. Abrahadabra.
Yeah, governorship in Arizona. I don't think that's gonna, because I don't think that Trump has as much sway here as he does in a lot of other places. But I will tell you what does, and it's even worse in many ways, and that is Turning Point USA and the Christian nationalists. So my jury's out. Gonna happen.
If your friend got stuck with that ticket, if it's a non-refundable, I'll be happy to take it off her hands. You know, like at 50% face value.
I'll tell her you said so.
I mean, I can do that for a friend of yours. I can go to Tahiti for a friend of yours.
And inconvenience himself. That is so sweet of you, Gary.
Thank you. Now you understand finally who Gary is.
What a nice guy.
Exactly. Could use some more hands. Armaze, followed by Les. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Gary. Yeah, I think the polls are definitely a reflection of what's going on in our country. And in regards to jet fuel,
because he cannot
families
with the
come
rabies of parents
to come see me,
tell
my
him that
daughters
he's
and my grandkids.
by nature.
And when they bought tickets just recently. I think it was a little bit over $400 round trip from Houston to Mexico City. So they didn't see it yet, but I'm sure, like many other people, we have to ask ourselves as a country, is this what we want? And I would say, most people would say no, right? Because it isn't just fuel, it's food. As Dr. Francine pointed out, the average human is just suffering for lack of a better word. Thank you, Gary, for the mic.
By nature,
And what about in Mexico? Are you suffering?
No, not at all. It's like another parallel universe. Everything that goes on in the U.S. is like non-existent. To give an example, gas, like your car here in the city, which happens to be the most expensive, is the equivalent of like $1.50 a gallon. And one thing that I've noticed is there's a lot of Chinese electric cars here. Food is cheap. I mean, there's all kinds of street vendors on the street.
With your U.S. dollar, but what about if you're on a Mexican peso?
Even then, like I'm talking about, like the average person, the average officer. Everyone complains about not making enough money, right? But that's everywhere, even in the U.S. But I'll give you a perfect example. Here, a family can buy a house, buy cars, send their kids to school,
Elon Musk on a Saturday night,
have a vacation,
playing video games with a bunch of
all
autistic
that
artworks. An X spaces where he goes live underneath the name Adrian Dittman.
Children. They're sort of traditional, right? And then, of course, as you probably know, there's a huge Jewish community here. And everybody lives well. So we're not
Sacrifice his happiness.
Thank you, Armaze. It's interesting you gave your gasoline. I want to know where that is at $1.50 a gallon U.S. Conversion.
It's Pemex.
I know Pemex. So the President Scheibel, she said the package to cap regular gasoline below 24 pesos per liter. So 24 pesos per liter is $5.07 a gallon. I don't know what parallel universe you're living in, but from what I'm reading, that's what Scheibel got them to cap the gasoline prices at 24 pesos per liter. Is my conversion correct here? $5.07 a gallon?
It's correct, but this is where it's capped, right? So that means they could go above that. They can definitely be anywhere below that.
Why would they?
Why would they go below that?
Yeah.
Because Pemex is owned by the government.
The cost per liter at Pemex today. Okay, folks, I'm doing what I tell everybody not to do. I'm relying on AI on this one. Well, apparently true. The average cost of gasoline sits between 23 and 28.19 pesos per liter. That's approximately $1.35 to $1.65 USD, depending on highly on the region and the fuel grade. This is according to Mexico Now. I don't know the site. It's some kind of a news site. You know what that is, Mexico Now? It's a news site. Mexico Now News.
No, I'm not familiar with it. I usually use the big Telemundo or.
Yeah, but this is.
Now the posture of the command inside the Bearcat Kitover SWAT vehicle there is not one of, worrying about getting shot. They're not, they're having.
I want to comment on it.
We have ministers in our government. They are represented in the army.
Yeah, the lot. His heart has it.
Okay, yeah, then you just said that. All right, yeah, I'll go after one. Yeah. Okay, we got Freddie and Jack.
No, bro, I'm done with this.
No, you're not. You about to
To be fair, I'm not gonna lie.
What's your thoughts, Freddie?
After the deployment of systems, like if enemy starts deploying level 6 autonomy, as you call it, and you have not started doing that, you're in trouble. Yes, exactly. So you have to catch up. So my point is that it is very important to think about the safety of these systems, but that thinking should not slow you down in developing them because they are critical for your existential survival, right? And like one person who doesn't get to think about the ethics of the war is that person. That person surely doesn't get to think about what would be the safety risk of such a system. Well, of course, just wrong decisions.
Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, the ox of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the scarlet woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight, but ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bent upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. chosen priest, my soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. For he is ever a sun, and she a moon. But to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. 17. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendrous serpent. 19 azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. gods are fools that men adore, both their gods and their men are fools. 12 come for children under the stars and take your fill of love. 13 I am above you, and in you my ecstasy is in yours. My joy is to see your joy. 14 above, the gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, awaketh Nahon sweet. My joy is to see your joy. The gemmed azure is the naked splendor of new wit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of Hades. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, awaketh Nahon soon. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new wheat, the unfurling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There is no difference. sacred center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed by Iris, the minister of poor Parkland. 8, the couch is in the pool, not the pool in the cups. 9, worship then the cats, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the and the manifestation of new wheat to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Now and it, my secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. 8, the house is in the 9, worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the known. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiant light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none save in thee, of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of my land I wear. beads of pearl. So run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abraham, by the Lord I invoke thee. I am the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old. To invoke the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, by the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the vine, voice of the spirits, given all the voices in heaven Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoked it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead, my mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoked it. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sword with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke it. So mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the bond of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Child and conquering Lord. Horus, avenger. By the song I invoke thee. The voice of the 6, 11 other voices. Every other I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. And my body I invoke thee. Upon me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, oh be thee, oh Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white stone with gold, the flashing of light that I wear. By my robe I invoke. Mine is the sign of a prophet and typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mine the blue vicar at the intimate ear. By my throne I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearls, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one love, the power in the voice of the master. Abraham, Abraham. By the word I invoke thee. Hey, my heart did not know waves of music in the song that I made a bold to invoke thee. Strike, strike the monster board, draw the flaming sword, crown, child of conquering Lord, all of America, by the sword I invoke. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, let it strike, I fly thee, by the sword I invoke. The voice of the fight, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abra, abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I about me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by their brightness. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none, save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman. Mine is the garment of white, so father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear by my body. Hiding boldly about me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness, I. Mine is the head of the since I bear the rose and cross of life and life, giving the
I'm like watching myself. I'm like, oh, I look creepy.
remaining in the sign. The invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the ether, of flowing air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be mine is the head of the hawk, Abraham. And as I bear the rose and cross of life and life. Watch my legs are in the way. invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be mine is the head of the hawk, and ends. 6, I bear the rose and cross of life and light, giving the sign, teaching abrahadabra, remaining in the sign, the invocation concludes. Therefore I say unto thee, come thou forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or under the earth, on dry land, or in the water, of whirling air, or of rushing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one, might be thee. Abrahadabra.
You came like dawn in my hands, soft but stronger than I. My fear turned gold in your eyes, and my whole night broke in two. I was lost in the noise, now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light in the middle of the day. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, now is joy. Wisdom of God, now is love. Wisdom of your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I am. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath of them all. Hold it close. Don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can start believing. Wisdom of God, I was lost in the noise. Now I'm learning how to stay close to your quiet light. In the middle of the day, stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Your touch is a steady rain on the dust of who I was. Every wound gets named, then it fades in the hush. I don't need 1,000 signs when your name is in my chest. One deep breath, one brave step, and the rest can be blessed. Stop thinking, let it fall. Take the deepest breath, hold them all. Hold it close, don't run from the feeling. One more second, you can't stop believing. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. If I tremble, stay near. If I break, pull me through. Teach my hands to release what I cannot hold with you. 10 not 9, 10 not 11. I breathe in your holy calm, and the storm in my head lays down like a pond. Wisdom of God, now it's joy. Wisdom of God, now it's love. Wisdom of God, my heart is open. Wisdom of God, I rise above. Hold, 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 let it go, go, go. You are the answer I needed to know. Wisdom of God, now it's home. Wisdom of God, I'm yours alone. Wisdom of God is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking and your problems. Take the deepest breath of the day. All for 10, not 11. 10, not 9. Stay. Wisdom of God. is now joy, love, heart, enlightenment. You found me in the quiet, with my hands still shaking. I was carrying the hurt, like a name I couldn't drop. Then you touched my trouble, and the whole room stopped. Stop thinking, and your problems take the deepest breath of the day. Hold for 10, not 11, 10, not 9, stay. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, Danax of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast, and in his woman called the Scarlet Woman is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. 16, for he is ever a sun and she a moon, but to him is the winged secret flame, and to her the stooping starlight. But ye are not so chosen. 18 burn upon their brows, O splendorous serpent. 19, O azure-lidded woman, bend upon them. 20, the key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. Now ye shall know that the chosen priest, as soul of infinite space, is the prince, priest, the beast. And in his woman, called the Scarlet Woman, is all power given. They shall gather my children into their fold. They shall bring the glory of the stars into the hearts of men. key of the rituals is in the secret word which I have given unto him. gem d'azure is the naked splendor of Nuit. She bends in ecstasy to kiss the secret ardors of her need. The winged globe, the starry blue, are mine, oh, wanketh nachon su. My joy is to see your joy.
The manifestation of new Eve, the unfurling of the complex. Every man and every woman is a star, for every number is infinite. There is no difference. Help me, oh wide Lord of thieves, in my unveiling before the children of men. 60 thou have deep my secret center, my heart and my tongue. 7, behold, it is revealed my Iris, the minister of poor Parthret. 8, the cubs is in the pool, not the pool in the cubs. 9, worship then the cubs, and behold, my light shed over you. 10, let my servants be few and secret, they shall rule the many and the God, the manifestation of Nuit, to the unveiling of the company of heaven. Every man and every woman is a star. Every number is infinite. There is no difference. 5, help me, O warrior lord of deeds, in my unveiling before the children of men. Thou art it, my secret centers, my heart and my thought. 7, behold, it is revealed by I was the minister of Orpakrat. 8, the cast is in the coup, not the coup in the cast. 9, worship, then the camps, and behold my light shed over you. Let my servants leave you a secret, they shall know the many and the long. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, light and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none save in need of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, shorn with gold, the flashing of my that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of the prophets and time, Lord. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intimate air. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beats of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power and the voice of the Master. To Draw the flaming sword, crown, child, and conquering Lord, Horus, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. insight is keen as the hawk's by my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abrahadabra.
Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I invoke it. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. My Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be of thee, O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Free mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold. The flashing of eye that I wear by my robe, I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. For mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intimate hair. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beads of pearl, so right after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I hear the ones of double power in the voice of the master. Abrahadabra, by the word I invoke thee. Be mine are the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the master chord. Draw the flaming sword. Triumph and conquering Lord. Alright, Avenger. By the song I invoke thee. In my hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at my bidding. By the sword I invoke thee. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Every heart of blood. The voice of the fight, the voice of the 611 other voices. Every heart of blood. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By the brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none. Save it be, O.P.D., O Lord. By the Lamb and I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white sewn with gold, the flashing of eye that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white and gold, and mind the blue figure at the intimate. I'm a crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel and the beats of birds, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. For that the one of double power in the voice of the master. Abraham, by the word I invoke thee. Hey, mine heart, the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made about to invoke thee. Strike the monster chord, draw the flaming sword, crown, giant and conquering Lord, call up, Avenger, by the sword I invoke thee. In my hand is the sword of revenge, let it strike, I die beneath, by the sword I invoke the voice of the fight, the voice of the 11 are the voices. Abra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawks. By my head I know thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I know thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure by the brightness. I know thee. Mine is the red triangle reverse, the sign given of none save it be of thee. Oh Lord, by the layman, I know thee. Mine is the garment of white, so mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the ox. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I
scourge of God, the vast one might be Mine is the head of the hawk, I bear the rose and cross of life and in the side, the invocation complies. Therefore I say unto thee, come not forth and dwell in me, so that every spirit, whether of the firmament, or of the ether, or of the earth, or unto the earth, or tribulates, or in the water, or dwelling air, or a blazing fire, and every spell and scourge of God, the vast one might be
That's why the Lebanese people.
Can I go?
They wanted to protect the Maronite Christians, which they were all expelled, obviously, by the Muslims. So there's barely any Christians left, and they're barely part of the government at this point. Yeah, what do you want to talk about?
The geographic area between Jordan River and Mediterranean Sea has been referred to by variants of the name Palestine for over 3,000 years, evolving from an ancient regional descriptor into an official administrative province.
When was it an official administrative province?
So what El Normo said was totally wrong.
Greeks.
No, it's true.
We can clearly,
Yeah.
Please don't cross, Marshall, please don't cross talk. Please don't cross talk. I just want to get my point uninterrupted. And El Normo's not going to respect the order in the room.
You have a thing about me, don't you, Dudley? You got a little thing.
I hope you don't engage in So,
well, when he talks about me, I feel like I should respond.
Yeah, but go ahead. No, normal. Stop.
He's got a weird obsession with
You're
me.
old enough to not to let you answer.
What's that?
yeah, so it all started ancient Egyptian records. They had the beginning, I guess, reference to the area. It was called Palestet, and then it went into the Philistines, and then we have during the 5th century BCE, you have first written record of the name used to describe the entire region, not just the coast. Come from the 5th century Greek historian Herodotus.
So
and Napoleon.
He labeled
Cook his ass!
between Phoenicia and Egypt
You're
as
confusing
distinct
Palestina.
as
That's
district
one
of
theory.
Syria
Greeks are the
called Palestine. Later philosophers, including Aristotle, adopt geographical term.
Yeah.
Early
But there
Roman
was never a
period.
Palestinian.
During the life of Jesus and the early Roman Empire, the official administrative name for the Judean mountains and surrounding area was the Roman province of Judea. However, contemporary Greek and Roman writers still used Palestine informally as a broad geographic designator for the wider region.
Yeah.
So this idea, what were you gonna say?
Yeah, just one tiny thing. Yeah, so Napoleon used the term Palestine in the 1790s. Norm, how do you get around that?
So,
I think the answer to that question is that it was a geographical designate, not a designate of a country. Right? So I looked some of the language stuff to this. I looked up some of the language stuff to this, which I thought was interesting. It's Encyclopedia Britannica, so at least I find the Encyclopedia Britannica reliable.
Did he leave? He left.
The word Palestine comes from English to Greek in Herodotus as concrete properly mentioned. And the Hebrew Bible, well, the Egyptians and Assyrians, earlier sources in inscriptions refer to the people called some variant of Peliset or Pelestu, respectively. But whom these terms refer to remains in the Hebrew Bible later used a similar term, Peleshet, to refer to the Philistines, a people in the Aegean. So it went from all of those names to being Philistia, first under Greeks, to then being Palestina under the Romans, and then translated down through the centuries. That's
Greek is,
I don't know.
is Greek, is that what we're breaking that down to? Because a lot of people use the Greek language to break down a lot of things because English is not as, I would say, versed as Greek is a lot more expansive. I guess that's why people use it. So are you starting with Greek first, or what other languages are before that?
So the people, from what the Encyclopedia Britannica says, the people of the time referred to themselves as Philistines, but other people around them referred to them as Peleshet, Pelestu. In the Bibles it said it was Peleshet with an H, and then that gets translated into Herodotus' Greek as Palestine. And that then gets translated into the Roman place name Palestinian Major, Palestinian Minor. In fact, the Greek overview of this is, at least I found, quite interesting. It had several different names for the Palestine. Essentially, they split into 3 separate regions. And so then it takes on a life of its own. The Romans use it as a place designate, not as a country. It describes a geographical area in which there are different city-states at the time, and then slowly evolves into what we know it as today.
Wait, but Marshall, you mentioning the modern states are the new, relatively new historical term. So it's starting from 19th century national states. So we didn't have. So why is that point? Because geographical or not?
Oh, I was only telling you what the Encyclopedia Britannica said, not my own opinion. That's how they described it in their overview.
Okay. All these Middle Eastern countries are relatively new and become independent, except Egypt after the World War II, so including.
What were you reading? What did you say that was? I'm gonna have to check that out. What was that you were reading? Britannica. What was that?
The Encyclopedia Britannica. I'll just send you the sources in the back channel so you can look at them.
That's a reliable. I have to, because some things I look up and I'm like, books. I'm gonna check that out. Some of the other things I try to, look up on the internet. Some things are redacted, or when you try to look up certain information, and I don't know why. It's like I feel like some things they trying to hide from people. Don't hide. Tell us.
Well, the part that I read, same source, said that before the Israelites' conquest of Palestine, the Canaanites dominated the region, and the town of Hebron was an important center. And when the tribe of Israel invaded the country, the tribe of Judea claimed the entire region just south of the site of Jerusalem into Negev region, the area south of Beersheba. So where is that? Is that Israel today? Good question.
Yeah. Yeah, that's that region of Israel. The Bible speaks of all of that. Yes, ma'am.
No, Syria, Gaza, and all that. Okay.
Temple Mount in that area, if you keep reading, there's some stuff that talks about the Temple Mount and why people to this day continue to fight over that part of the world, because that is supposed to be the place when, they say when Jesus comes, he'll be on the Temple Mount or above the Temple Mount. So that's why that kind of stuff is important. But yeah, that region is important for that reason, and that's why people fight over it today. It's not oil they're fighting over. I believe that people are fighting over that region for religious reasons and the land that is there.
Hello. Hello.
Hey? Yeah. Who's that trying to speak about?
Yeah, I'm from Middle East.
Okay.
Can I tell you my view? I will tell you something you will remember in the future. I think that the Zionists in Palestine, they will stay 1 year and then they will vanish from Palestine.
Vanish and what? I'm sorry?
Vanish.
And she mean like disappear, like magic?
Yes, they will immigrate outside Palestine because they are coward, because they are coward, and because there will be a war in Palestine, and Palestine will be free, I think. After 1 year from now, you will remember my words in the future.
We don't have a the war, brother. We America and we want out. I don't know. I hope you're not talking about us staying over there for a long time. We really don't want to. I don't want us to be putting our soldiers in harm's way. And if you can stand up and muster to stand up against your oppressors, I hope y'all can do that. You know what I mean? But America,